That bark fucking jump scared me. No shit, I was muted, so y'all didn't hear it. But out loud, I went, ah! Oh god. Ugh. Hi. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I'm fucking jizzing in my coffee. It's a very important pastime. The lake. Founders come out in the sky and they stand there. I'm adapting. Howdy. Why do we still say howdy? I'm not a cow anymore. I'm not country no more. Why do we still say howdy? I have so many questions. I'm trying to plug back in my walk-in headset, or not headset, controller, so I can play this game with controller. Yexes? Is that Yeehaw, Texas? Corey, you don't have to say in the chat that we're live. Everybody gets tagged. On the Twitch thing, when I go live, they get added. You don't gotta tell these people. They can see. They have eyes. I believe in them. God has come out in the skies and we stand there! Gotta get like real ridiculous with it. I see you! Take a sip of boba and you'll come too! Oh, ad time. I'll be there with you! Thank you so much for the first, Les. How you doing? Uh-oh, I gotta confirm a vet appointment. Hold on. Confirm my appointment. Hold on, chat. Alright, I confirmed my appointment. I have to do it the moment I see it, because if I don't, I won't do it. We're good now, though. I'm existing? Hella. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Am I getting neutered? No. My cat's fat and is pissing out of her litter box, so I'm going to make sure she doesn't have like a UTI or something. God, with my glasses, I do be blinking one eye at a time sometimes. I've never noticed that before. I should get glasses on my model at some point. Alright, I want to listen to this as if I haven't listened to it 5 times. Ah! Dorime. Atabare dorime. Ameno, ameno, latire. Latiremo, dorime. Ameno, omenare imperavi ameno. Imere, dimere, matimo. Matiremo, ameno. Namer imperasi eminave, ameno, menare imperavi emuname, ameno, ameno dore, ameno dorime, ameno dorime, ameno dorimemo, ameno dorime, ameno dorime, dorime. What chant am I calling upon today? This song has an electric guitar in it? What the fuck? Since when? Anyways, this chant is specifically for successful streams and lots of money. Dimere matimo, latiremo, ameno, Imperavi emunari, ameno menare imperasi emunari, ameno, ameno dore. Get it, drummer. Ameno dore me, ameno dore me, ameno dore me mo, ameno dore me. Song's a bit quiet. You're a bit quiet. It's just a fucking quiet ass song. Oh, see, now that's loud as hell in my ears. Peach is chanting for a sugar parent? Absolutely. Hi, Ryuko. How are you? Did I steal your music taste? Maybe. Y'all listen to so much of my music, I wouldn't be at all surprised. The chant of rock and roll. Yeah. I did not realize that this song had an electric guitar in it. Oh shit, they're on tour. I'm good. I'm having a good day. I just ate dinner, which is why stream was a little late. Dinner decided to take its goddamn time today. I didn't realize that bitch had to sit in the oven for like an hour. So I'm a little late on stream. It was delicious though. So well worth the hour-long wait. Ameno dorime. Ameno dorime. Actually, you want to know a song that I use as, it's a song that I use essentially as like positive affirmations. Anytime I'm like feeling real low and I'm feeling like I'm struggling, I use this song as essentially to put my wants and needs out into the voids. It's a fantastic song for that. I highly recommend it for those of you who don't. Oh, thank you for petting chat, Nico. Cause it accurately subscribes with me. Please, please, let me get what I want. God knows it would be the first time. It's very relatable. Please! Please let me get what I want. Please! God! God knows it would be the first time! So, for once in my life, let me get what I want! Lord knows it would be the first time! Alright, anyways. We're alright. We're holding it together. Oh god. We're doing good. We're doing alright. Do you think if I played this while buying lotto tickets it would work? Probably. I don't see why not. I just need to get that out real quick. I didn't have much of a choice. It just needed to exit my body. But we're good now, so. Peach, buy me a lotto ticket. What? With whose money? Sir? I'm trying to get a game booted up. And you're over here telling me to buy you a fucking lotto ticket? With my money? Bold assumption that I have money. Hi, Third Word. Thanks for feeding Grim for me. Oh, Steam. Stop fighting me, you little piece of shit. Sorry, 1 minute. Steam's fighting me. There we go. And give me a sign. They're giving you time. I shouldn't have screamed at you. I'm so sorry. Time apart, wish I see you in another life. Oh my god, is my fucking thing not working? What the fuck? Hold on. Why isn't it working? Oh no! Siri! Siri! No, I'm not! Hold on. Hold on. Siri! Oh no. I'm trying to... Hold on. Oh, y'all can flip tables. I didn't know that y'all could flip tables. Hold on, I'm learning things. Y'all can get dog facts! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god, y'all can tell the bot he's doing a good job and get dog facts. That's crazy. That's insane. I didn't know that. Fuck that. Hold on. I'm discovering fun things that y'all can do. Those are my Stream Elements commands. Which is way more than I realized I had, by the way. So... fascinating. Look at no one else. Ika Peg? What the hell is that? Hold on. What are we talking about? All my friends no fun. All my friends no fun. With the... What? What the fuck? What are y'all doing? Why isn't my song name working? I don't even know what fucking app does that anymore. Bingo. What the fuck? Y'all can duel? Slots? What the hell? You lied to me. I'm so confused. I don't even know where my song name command is. I don't even know where I got that command at. Where the fuck did I get that command from? I don't even remember. Do you ever just do a thing and you don't even know... You don't even know, like, what you did? Because that's where I'm at right now. I did a thing and I don't know what I did or how I did it. I don't even remember. Daydreaming, I just had a feeling of you in my bed. Hold on. I'm gonna try something. We're gonna do this live because fucking why not? I love y'all and y'all put up with my bullshit all the time. So we're gonna do it live together. What is this? How does this work? How does this work? I wanna learn how this works. How does this work? Connect to Spotify. Yeah. Nightbot command. Stream elements command. Oh. What? Oh. Do I have to buy it? Oh, I have to buy it. Shit. Fuck. Hold on. I don't want to do all that. I don't want to do all that. I'm not like rich. Hold on. 1 minute. This is some bullshit. I don't These bitches think I have money? Oh my god. What the fuck? We're not doing that. Am I just stupid? Am I just dumb? Am I just dumb? Hmm. 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 Huh. 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 I don't even know how I did that. Alright, well, whatever. We'll figure it out later. God knows if I sit here and do this forever, it's gonna take forever. Oh! What the fuck? Somebody else is coming across the Shadow and Sonic getting married live on TikTok. They gave birth last night. It was a very strange time. The middle of June. I mean, like, good for them. Congratulations to the married couple. But also, like, live? I got to watch y'all fucking consummate your marriage live? I don't know why song name's not working, Gore. Gore, it's busted. I don't know why it's busted. It doesn't matter how many times you do it, it's not gonna change the fact that it's busted. Gore really wants to know that song. He could literally open his phone. We have the same Spotify. Where the fuck is the game? Where the fuck did the game go? There it is. Alright, there we go. We're good. I'm turning up the volume on the game a bit. It's kind of quiet. Is that loud? Is that too loud? Too quiet? Take off my jacket. It's fucking hot. So is that too loud? Too quiet? Too gay? Too straight? It's a little quiet still? Alright, there you go. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot I was over here. I don't remember what I was trying to do here, though. Okay, hold on. Text wall? I design a lot of characters. Whenever I see a pretty design, I want to point it out, and yours is gorgeous. Both this and what you've shown of 2.0. I especially love how striking the eyes are, but the dual color hair goes so hard. Oh, thank you so much! I love that. I love that people loved my design. I worked my ass off on it. I really wanted it to be unique. I really... Oh my god. I don't remember how to play. I don't remember how to play. I really wanted it to be unique. I really wanted it to stand out. The eyes are honestly my favorite. Originally, the original design had like sharp, like snake-like pupils almost. As you can see, got rid of that. I didn't mean to get rid of it. It kind of just got lost in translation, I think, in between my concept art and the model itself. Which is okay. However, I did really like it. Oh! Hi, Cookie! Yeah, VTuber unique design is a hot topic these days. That is very true. Yeah, I know. I gotta figure out how to get up there, though. I've seen a lot of the discourse that's been going around online about that one VTuber model that people are like, oh, it looks too similar to fucking it looks too similar to Shylily. But like also like who cares? Discourse. Yeah, the discourse. I don't really remember how to play. So I'm gonna be real honest with you about that. I'm trying to remember how to play as we speak. I don't remember like any of the dodges or anything. Hi, Jax! There's only one step and it is crab. Probably true. But yeah, no, there's just been a lot of discourse about designs looking similar to other people's designs, and that's something I'm very proud of with my model, is that I managed to make it look unique enough. A lot of people talk about the fact that like VTubing is like so oversaturated in general. So it's really hard to make VTubing designs that like look unique just because of the oversaturation in the community as is. And so though I'd say that VTubing isn't as oversaturated. Oh! Hi, how are you? I'd say that VTubing isn't as oversaturated as it used to be, when I first started at least. Because a lot of people, you know, post-COVID have gone back to work and have, you know, like, I just made my persona into my model. That's not a bad idea, honestly. I don't really know how to get out of here. I'm gonna be real honest with everybody. I don't know how to get out of here. Like, there's a thing over there. I don't really know how to get to it. I cannot swim that far. Yeah, a lot of graduations post-COVID happened, for sure. And I think that's just kind of the name of the game, is that a lot of things will change, a lot of things will get different. Oh yeah, there's a dude over here that wants me fucking dead. I think? It feels like it. Yep. Leave me be! What the fuck? You can do that? Oh, God. I don't remember how to eat my berries. How do I eat my berries? I don't recall. I don't recall. I'm playing with keyboard. Or I'm playing with the controller. New shell discovered. Oh my God. Hold on, real quick. Is there a way for me to like, look at my commands again? Controls. Oh, sprint mode. Okay, rebind. Okay. Walk, 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 interact, attack. Oh, fuck. Okay. Attack, block, jump, dodge. Heal is up. Okay. Okay. Swap hammers down. Focus. Okay. Or I'll just die. That's fine. Louise. Yeah, no, what the fuck was I talking about? Hold on. I'm gonna scroll back up to chat to remember what the fuck I was talking about. Lots of graduations, yeah. I just made my first Sona into my model. That's a smart choice. There's only so many anime people can remember before they start to become indistinguishable. That's true. Yeah. This ass can shit. So fucking true. Okay, so, look. Oh God. Ow! Okay. I was doing better and then I let that crab get me. Fucker. Anyways. I don't know. I worked really hard to make my model unique. It was something that mattered a lot to me. Was having a model that was unique despite everything, you know? And despite how popular, you know, VTubing had gotten as well. I wanted a model that really stood out. Oh, ow. I definitely wanted a model that stood out despite all of that. While also being my own unique idea and unique vibe. Like, trust me, I would be the first to tell you, I know that, you know, dog VTubers, not unique, you know? Like, I know it. However, I still wanted something that was unique. Despite all of that. Oh God. Spit me out. Release me. Oh God. But, you know, like, I love my model. I'm so excited for 2.0. Oh God, my shell broke. Oh shit. Hi Nick, it's good. I get crabbed. I'm not good at this game. I don't even really know where I need to be going, if you want me to be completely honest. Like, I assumed up. But maybe I'm wrong. You know? I assume that I need to get up there somehow, but I don't know exactly. We're gonna try something. Uh-oh. Made it. That wasn't really how I intended to make it, but I made it nonetheless. Ow. Damn! He two-shots me? That's wild. Anyways. Most parts of the design are kept neat and simple. That's true. I will say, though, that wasn't always the case for my model. Honestly, it's gonna sound bad. The way I'm wording it's probably not gonna sound the best. But this is my second model. My first model was a cow model. I've talked about this in the past. She was extremely popular with just viewers and artists. I blew up really fast with that model. She ended up being extremely popular, very well loved. But I frequently had artists telling me how much they loved that model. I got a lot of fan art with that model. The model was just very well received, very well loved. And I have noticed since I transferred over to this model, while everybody talks about how much they think my current model is very cool, I've noticed a lot of artists actually charge extra for me to really get any art done. Oh my God. What the fuck? I've noticed that I get charged extra for this model simply because of the fact that she is more complicated to draw, which is fine, I don't mind. But I've noticed I get less fan art, I get less like things like that just because the model is difficult. I have artist friends who have told me, like, when I asked, not just like to be like rude, but they have told me like I've told them my worries that the model is just you know, difficult to draw. And I've had friends of mine who are like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, like, there are some aspects of it that I do struggle with. Namely, like, the jacket. I've noticed a lot of people seem to struggle with the jacket. And so I have had people that I know, like friends who are artists, who are like, yeah, as much as we love you, you're hard to draw. And because of that, it's made me a little self-conscious because I want to be fun to draw while also being unique, but while also not being, you know, so unique that, I become unfun for like artists and stuff like that. And so it's been a really difficult, I've been trying to find a good middle ground. And I was like, I know, I'll simplify my outfit. And then while designing my 2.0, I somehow managed, oh. Interesting. While designing my 2.0, I somehow managed to make a more complicated design. So I just think I'm not super great at making simple designs. Cannot be captured in a drawing. Look, I will say all the art that I do have, those artists like popped off. Like they did an amazing job with what I gave them to do, you know? I know my model is not an easy draw. And yet they pulled it off. So I feel like I'm supposed to be up here, but I don't know how to get up there. You know what I mean? Okay, chill out. I want to see the cow model. I can show it to you. Hold on. Here, I'll show it to you. Let me see. Oh, is it raining? I feel like it's raining. Let me go grab an old photo of my model and see if I can. Let's see. Let's see. I gotta go scroll through my Twitter tags. I don't think I actually have any photos of her on this PC at least. I will say my old model's design was much simpler than this one, which I think is why artists preferred it. I don't know, maybe I should go back to it. I from time to time, I'm like, is re-debuting a bad idea? I know it wasn't. But sometimes I'm like, man, maybe I should never have changed. I feel a lot more comfortable and a lot more at home in this model. But I also know that that is not the case always. Where the hell? That's a cowgirl outfit. Interesting. Okay, so this wasn't my original. Here, I'll show you. Well, so this isn't a third model, it's just a new outfit for this model, really. So this was my cow model. This is a secondary outfit I got for her. So my cow model had two outfits. It had her base outfit and then a secondary model as well. A secondary outfit. So this was essentially my old model. with a cowgirl hat. She doesn't usually have the cowgirl hat. I'm trying to find better photos, but I'm kind of struggling to find better photos. But this was her base outfit. I need to drag her files over. Like, I'll mute this, but I need to drag her files over. How hard would it be to apply the old model outfits to your new model? Very difficult. I have completely different artists, actually. Oops. As you can see, though, this is what my old model looked like. This is the full body of my old model right here. I just felt like my voice, as it started to get deeper, didn't really fit my old model anymore. My old model was very cottagecore themed, which I liked a lot. But I don't know, I just felt like my voice didn't fit her anymore. I felt like, as much as I loved her, like, I don't know, it was a weird time. If you go into my Cyber Peach tag, also, why is cum tribute trending? Whatever, we'll get to that. If you go into my Cyber Peach tag and you scroll way far down, you can actually find like art of my old VTuber in here, because I never changed my name. So I've got a lot of art of my old VTuber in here, a lot of fan art, a lot of custom art. My Halloween art that I got one year, which is to this day still my favorite art piece I think I've ever gotten ever. I love this art piece so much. But a lot of my viewers were around, oh yeah, also we made mouse pads back then. Yeah, we made mouse pads back then. I don't know, I love this model. This model was super cute. But at the time I felt like I didn't really, like, I created her, I made her. But at the same time, like, she didn't feel like mine at one point, because I picked Cow because there weren't that many Cow VTubers at the time. There's me and Ducky. I picked Cow because there weren't very many Cow VTubers at the time. And also just because I wanted to try something new. I picked green and pink because I love those colors. You know, like, I was just kind of having fun with it. But, and then I picked a cottagecore theme because I'm big on, oh yeah, there they are together. I'm big on cottagecore. But at the end of the day, I just felt like she didn't really fit my vibes anymore. So I switched into this model, which I love, but I feel like I accidentally made this model a little too complicated because artists fucking hate me. And they charge me like an extra $50 to $100 for every commission I get because artists fucking hate me. Yeah, Twitter's a functional website. It really is. Oh, can I move the window? There it is. There you go. But yeah, I got this art done of the two of them together right around the time that I re-debuted. I don't know, I feel like it's easier for me to be feral this way. But I did really love this model. I got a lot of really good art with this model. I will hold this model near and dear to my heart for a very long time. Like, fucking my Cookie Run Kingdom phase. Like, I don't know. I think about this model daily, and I still use my mouse pad. But yeah, this model is kind of like a pain in the ass to draw from an artistic standpoint. This is my original concept art. Vexa made this. You can actually see her at right here. But this is my original, this is the concept art that this model was based off of. And as you can see, the artist who did it is very, like, she is the techwear queen. And I made it based off of a bunch of references that I kind of pulled together, and I love the end product. I genuinely love this model. I love the end product. I love the way it works. I love the way it looks. But It's not easy to draw. There's a lot of layers, a lot of like stacked things. Originally, as you can see, my boobs were supposed to just be fully open, but to comply with Twitch guidelines, my model moms put another bra on underneath. So that happened. But like, I've gotten some really good art from this model. I've gotten a lot of really good art from this model. Some of it commissioned, some of it my friends make. However, like I said, fucking, it's expensive. This model's like difficult to draw. I'm hoping my 2.0 goes over better. I know this model is also pretty difficult. There's a lot of chains going on. There's a lot of like detail up at the top. The bottom isn't very detail heavy, which I appreciate, but the top portion is, because I figured with a model, like that's gonna be the part that you see the most, you know? So I wanted it to be a little more detailed. But what that means is when I commission art for this, a lot of things get left out. I recently commissioned art that I was gonna use for my ending soon screen, and after getting the finalized piece, I don't think I will be using it for that anymore. I think it will just be art that I post publicly, because it's missing pieces. It's missing my chains on my horns all the way around. And it's missing my crown headpiece. And to be in the artist's defense, I don't have a reference for this model yet. I'm working, it's in the process. So I should probably wait to commission art until I have a full reference done, but I'm rushing myself. But as much as I love the art, it is missing aspects from the actual model itself, so I probably won't end up using it for stream stuff, which, bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. But I don't know, I got a lot of art. Or like people like will add me in like little art things. I'm all the way down here. But I don't know. I just I've been told by artists that my model, while cool to look at, sucks to fucking draw. So I'm trying to fix that. Oh yeah, and then a fucking crypto company took over my hashtag. Stupid. Anyways, happy gay month, Peach. Thank you. Happy gay month to you as well. Would this game work better if I played on... Hold on. Probably not. I just gotta get good. Yeah, so I do have to get up that hill. Shit. Okay. Hi, Wolf! How are you? But yeah, so when it comes to character design, I'm not the best at it. I really do try to be. I think I really popped off with my OG model. But, unfortunately, I don't think I've ever popped off that hard ever again. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I think I just need to get up here. But it's harder than it looks. Because I gotta kill these bitches, and I... Alright. Oh, wrong move. You need something from later on to get there? Do you really? I feel like that's the only way you can go, but I guess not. So do I have to beat that boss that's over in the fucking corner to get where I need to be? Because if so, I might cry just a little bit. Oh, it's through the... Oh, okay. Alright. I guess I'll do the thing then. I'm playing Bloodborne. Goofy crab dude. Yeah, well, you know. Give me my fucking soda can. I think, yeah, you definitely, a lot of your character design should, in my opinion, come from the way that character is written, which you guys will see a lot more of in the I'm planning on doing a whole lore video for the re-debut, so you guys will get a lot more of that here coming soon. So yeah, you guys will get a lot more of that coming here soon with the re-debut. However, like I said, it's a bit of the pain in the ass. I am working on it, but shit's expensive, and like I said, my model design is complicated, therefore I'm being charged extra for a lot of things. Which, again, is fine. It's not the end of the world. It's just a tiny bit frustrating. But that's what it means to have a more complicated design. Don't hit me. What are we doing here? Don't. Stop. Don't. Oh god. Oh no, my shell is badly damaged. No, no, no. No sucky. No sucky. Oh no! Oh no! Oh god. Oh, I'm so fucked. I need another shell. Shell! And that killed me. Gotta get to farming my healing items. Yeah, for sure. I almost had him. The character is way more than looks. True. I very much do agree with that. I almost had his big fugly ass. Oh god. No, no sucky. Oh god! Spit me out! Nay. Oh god. I do not like this shell. Ow. I need another fucking kelp pod, but I don't remember where they all went. There's another one around here somewhere. Oh god! Oh. I accidentally dropped my fucking shell. God damn it. I'm panicking. Fuck the coffee pod, honestly. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, yep, we're done for. Shit. Fuck. Okay. We're gonna do this. I'm biting the hell out of my lips right now, I need y'all to know. Back up, back up! Oh, and I'm gunked. Man, I love getting gunked. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Fuck. I need a new shell. Ooh, that's a good shell. Abyssful Nom Noms, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. I'm not. My day could be better. That guy's on my head. Oh god, I need another. Oh no, I need another. I don't know if there is another. Oh, there is. Okay. Okay. Turns out, not only was there another. Fuck! Shit! Hi, Morrison. How are you? Take a sip of my fucking drink. Oh yeah, I forgot this game, like, for whatever reason, makes my PC go apeshit. I gotta get good, chat. I gotta get good. Ow. Ow! Oh god. Back it the fuck up. Pick this up. Heal real quick. Alright. There should be another one around here somewhere. There it is. Alright. Come get me, bitch. Stop spitting crabs at me. Got his ass. Good God. Come here. Bitch. Woo! Fucking asshole. You're next. Oh my lord. Good God almighty. Off I go. Oh, hi. How long have you been there? Very interesting. No, 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 no. Are you so fucking for real? Are you... Fuck me, man. Oh my god. Playing horse game? What horse game are you playing? Can I make that jump? Well, guess I'm gonna try. Oh, nope. Oh, the one I was playing yesterday? It's fun! Oh. Ow. Fucking asshole. Oh. Sure can make that jump. Whoa! Leave me alone, don't talk to me! If they see you talking to me, they're gonna know I'm not a bush. Bushes don't talk, it's gonna blow my cover! Oh my goodness! And anime on my side! Usagi! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid! Gore, can I get a shout out for Usagi, please? Hello, everybody! Cozy raid! Oh, what were y'all up to? Actually, you know what? I'll do the shout out, because I think Gore's a little busy right now. So I'll do the shout out. How are you? Y'all are playing Overcooked. I haven't played Overcooked in forever. I really should. Also, hello Raiders. My name is Tragedy, but everybody just calls me Peach. I am a variety streamer who kind of just plays whatever suits my fancy. Today we're playing another Crab's Treasure. We're not super deep in. This is only my second playthrough of it, like my second time playing it on stream. So you shouldn't have to worry too much about spoilers if that's something you're concerned about. But it's super nice to meet you. Please, everybody, Usagi, you as well, please go rest if you need to. Get some water, get some food. Do what you gotta do. But thank you for coming by. I'm doing okay. It was my stream anniversary, but I kind of forgot it was coming up and my computer kept lagging, but we ball. Ugh, if that doesn't sum up what a stream anniversary is, I don't know what will. Honestly, I feel like that happens every time I have a stream anniversary too, so you are not alone there. But happy anniversary. I hope you had a good one. I'm doing pretty well, by the way. I know you asked. So, but I'm doing all right. I gotta smack the ass of this thing. Yay! I had to get a whole ass new computer because my computer was like 5 years old and lagged like a motherfucker. All right, we need... Up my health, resistance, and umami. Because fucking why not? Ooh, wait. I have to do some homework? Yes, please, go do your homework. Don't worry about me too much. I'm doing good. Homework is very important. I have to go talk to my girlfriend. Gip, come here! Alright, yeah. What can I learn? increases your MSG by 5. Throw your fork at enemies to reel them in. Plunging attack downward. Ooh, that's kind of nice. What? How do you parry an enemy? I still have not done that. I need a new processor and it sucks. It should fix the lag. I out of what I know about PCs, I think that should fix it. Yeah, we'll upgrade my Umami too, cause why not? Hold R1 in the air to perform a powerful plunging attack downward. Would love to. Thank you, ma'am. All right. I think Rainbow River was where I was. Correct. Oh. All right. Ah! Jesus. I don't know why I didn't realize that that would go that far. Alright. Ooh. Fuck me! Oh. I don't want to be in here. This is bad. This is a bad time. Alright, oh, you can go up that side. Maybe. Up we go. At work. Oh, hello, Whitebrow. How are you? Oh my god. Oh god. Ah! I don't know where I am. Fucking bitches. Fucking assholes. Why can't I? Why is it so hard to get up? What the fuck? There we go. The goal is to make all the crabs fall to their deaths. So I don't have to fuck with them. You get the vibe? Anyways, what the fuck is all the way up here anyways? Ooh. I see. A contacts lens. Reveals enemies' health bars. Hmm. Oh god. Why is it so hard to get up? Me to myself every morning. So true. Ugh. There's an item here I missed. Sand dollar. Vanishes on death but prevents you from losing microplastics. Oh, that's not bad. We're gonna go back this way. I don't really know which way I should be going. It's my one gripe about this game is that the directions are not super clear. You know? Oh, okay. That's where that guy is. Oh, I see. So that takes me back to that fight back there. Can I continue going up? Oh, I can. To what end, however? Who fucking knows? Alright. How am I liking this game so far? I'm enjoying it, but I will say it's frustrating. It's a Souls-like, which is fun. I love Souls-likes. However, it is also not, the controls aren't the most accurate. And I feel like everything does a crazy amount of damage when it probably shouldn't. Like, look at that. How did that do half my health? Like, I know I'm not that underleveled. I feel like this game, you die a lot because it's, like, impossible to be, like, at the same level as the enemies it's trying to get you to face. And, like, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just no good. But, a crab ton of damage. Yeah, a crab ton. Like, maybe I'm just weak. Knees. I think it's very similar to Elden Ring, where they, like, want you to fight everything that you see because it helps you level up faster. But I just feel like if I did that, I'd be trapped in this game forever. Because even the smallest, easiest of enemies kill me in, like, 2 hits. You see what I mean? Like... So all in all, this game sometimes just feels like a bad time. And I know they have, I'm playing it on normal difficulty, by the way, like... I'm not playing it on hard, I'm playing it on the recommended difficulty. Okay. Well, I drowned. I don't know, part of me is like, should it really be this difficult when you're playing it on the recommended difficulty? Hi, Q-Pick, how are you? Hopefully the answer's good. Oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass in here. Thank you so much for the follow, Q-Pick. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome to the dog pound, by the way. I am doing all right. How are you? Fighting for my life a little bit, but that just seems to be the way this game works, so. Where the hell am I supposed to be going? Alright, I guess here? Oh yeah, there's another hook. Probably gonna make some food? Ooh, what's the thought? What are we thinking of making? I only ask because I just made dinner, and so like I'm nosy about everybody else's dinner. I like to get a little nosy about what everybody's having for din. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, I see. I haven't had dinner. Hi, Kula. It's a festive day. I haven't eaten properly. What makes it festive? What makes your day festive? Oh god, the camera. How am I supposed to get up there? I'm not really 100% sure. Am I supposed to? I can't glide all the way over there. It's Corpus Christi? Oh, what the fuck's happening in Corpus? Oh, there's a big dude over there. And a slide down. Do I want it? Okay. Oh. Alright, well I'm back here. Super fun, super cool. Ow, ow! Why can't I jump over you? Pain in my ass. Oh, I'm out. Great, cool. Bro. Oh god. She's all upset because these are people. Okay, well tell these people to stop trying to kill me. Excuse me. I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to be going, but it's where I am going, so... It's the day- you mean it's Sunday? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that it's a Sunday? Because yeah, I suppose it is. Question mark. The hell? Ah. Interesting. Can I have the soda bottle? I like the soda bottle. It makes my life easier. Uh-oh. I don't have enough health for this. This guy's about to fuck my shit. This guy's about to... Roll away, little man! Oh, is that what it means by imitation crab? Oh god. That man killed me. Ugh. Okay, he's not that hard though. There's a specific day in Rome. He was found bleeding and they made it a feast day. Interesting. I was unaware of that. Alright, let's get this guy. He's easy. Whatever. I could just get a gun and shoot the man. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. He can do that. That's a thing he can do. Uh-oh. Wait. 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 All my shit's up there. Okay, we're good. Alright, we got this guy. Ow. Ow. Oh god, my shell. I needed a new shell and that man fucked me up. Shit. Alright, I'm gonna take the cop-out shell. Thank you so much for the stretch. I will do so right now, before this fight starts. Oh, God. Oh, God. Stop frightening me! See? Oh! God damn it, this guy moves so fast. You wanna know something really funny we could do? Hold on. I think... Oh! It's on hard. Okay. I'm giving Krill a gun. Is what I've decided. This man's got a gun. And he knows how to use it. Oh man. Terrifying enemy. Horrifying. I don't know how to use the gun. Oh. I know how to use the gun. I didn't read the gun instructions. He still got my ass. Can I have my gun back, please? Thanks. I'm just in the holster. Oh my god. I'm just in the chamber. That's fine. How am I gliding around with this gun? Anyways, oh no, so scary! Oh, he's so terrifying. Oh gods, oh no. Problem solved. Anybody else got problems with me? Huh? I got somewhere to be. Crab's got a gun, bitches. Y'all are in danger. All right. Let's see, what else do we have to do? Got a new map piece. Huh. Oh no! Anywho. The treasure map? Alright, we gotta go back to the city. I've got myself a treasure map! Upper crust, baby. I'm a rootin' tootin' crab shooting machine. Is that a blicky? Hell yeah it is, brother. Get ready to get shot. God, I'm pointing it at myself. Hell yeah, it is, brother. We're doing this the Texan way. I don't believe in doing it any other way. Alright, let's get it. We got a map piece. I don't know what this one means. Decipher my map. Aha! You're from out of town. Flotsam Vale. You gotta be a stick in the gunk. Give it up if you want to, small fry. I ain't quitting. Oh boy, here we go. Alright, let's go. Any problem that can be solved with a gun, and if it can't be solved, just get a bigger gun. That's the Texan way, baby! Alright, let's go! We gotta go to Flotsam Vale. Owned by Roland himself. We gotta go east of the sands between. Alright. What's going on around here, partner? You say something to me? You say something to me? The fuck you just say to me? You wanna say it again? You wanna say it to my fucking face? Oh my god. I'm never getting rid of the gun. Y'all can't make me. I will be upgrading my fork. I like that I can still play like normal. I just also can shoot a man if he gets to be on my nerves. Pistol shrimp! Fuck yeah! What'd you say about me? You talking shit? Yeah, I didn't fucking think so. Because if you were... This is my town! Anyways. Shoot! Get out of here! Alright. I'm getting a little too excited about all this. Up. There are apparently, like, quests around here somewhere. I'm keeping the property value down, exactly. See, somebody gets it. It's like Gotham in this bitch. You gotta fucking fire off a couple rounds every now and then. Yeah, it's a 9-round magazine with 700 rounds. Exactly. It's called 9-round because the wiggle's like the number 9. I don't know if that's true. There's some important down here, but I don't know what. Swear to God, if I get hit by a car trying to figure out what the fuck's important down here, I'm gonna be so pissed. Ooh. Who even gave these fucking fish cars? Who and why? Because supposedly someone has got a quest for me. Round here. I don't know who, though. Must not be one of these bitches. Called a 9 because it's a 1911 and holds 9 rounds. Also, it's a good number. See? Sorry, I have to shoot at the cars whenever I see them. It's a dog trait. You have to believe me, it's a dog trait! Anyways. Are you really a dog if you don't shoot at the cars in your neighborhood? You also shoot at the mailman? Daily. He fears me. Yeah, it's doggy southern culture. Steady on. You want to keep your distance. Your eyes are full of sediment. Can't you see what I am? I could give you a hug. I mean, I'll give you a hug. Oh, you don't want a hug? That's pussy behavior, but whatever. Thank you for the hydrate. It is hot back here. I'm gonna take a sip of my boba. Because believe it or not, that's all I got right now. Let's see. Is it a gun on your back or you just happened to see me? What if I told you it was both? Would you believe me if I said both? Hey kid. Sure to take care of yourself. Okay. Supposedly there's a quest for me down here. I'm starting to not believe it. So maybe I'll just go out and shoot some people. What I want to do anyways. Oh. I don't even want to know. Actually, I've just decided. I've decided I'm not interested in knowing. Alright, let's get the fuck up on out of here. We got somewhere to be. My dog shoots up the neighborhood all the time. Yeah. Look, I'm telling you, if dogs out here in Texas, we stay strapped. We stay strapped at all times. It's the doggy southern charm. Alright, spearfishing. Yeah, yeah, that's whatever. Yeah, we'll grab that. Alright. After a successful parry. Repasse. Alright, cool. Riposte. I don't know how that word's pronounced. I think it'd be really funny to have a video of this stream of Peach slowly losing it. I don't feel like it was slow. We've only been going for maybe 2 hours and I've already lost it enough that I grabbed a gun. I think honestly, it was a very quick meltdown. I also think that if Elden Ring gave me the option to have a gun, like Elden Ring gave me an easy mode option to have a gun, I would have done that too. Actually, you know what? I probably wouldn't have, because Elden Ring at least felt balanced. This game so far has not felt balanced at all. Anyways, I gotta go across the CVS pharmacy receipt. And down we get. Where am I? My point still stands, yeah. Look, all I gotta say about this game is it's not very balanced sometimes. Alright, he said go west? Is that right? Don't stab at me. Don't say get good. Oh my my god. What a fight! Oh man. No, give me back my gun. And it's just funnier. It's just funnier this way. I don't... Yeah, I got good. Does this not count as getting good? Look, now everybody who lives out here can be safe forever. You know what I mean? Like, I'm helping the community by having a gun. Sometimes you just gotta start shooting, you know? Ah! Oh my god, it took my gun. Oh no! Oh, it took my gun! What am I supposed to do about that? It took my gun! Uh-oh. We're about to find out what if another crab has a gun, because this bitch took mine. Oh no. He took my gun. Oh, I'm so fucked. Why did he take my gun? Give me my fucking gun back. Okay, I got my gun back. We're good. I cheated to get my gun back. Fucking asshole. Took my gun! The gun's supposed to be like the most powerful weapon in the game, and he stole it from me. Is that allowed? Give me... Put the gun back on. What the fuck? Wear your gun, Timothy. Oh my god. All right. Oh, I just killed that guy. I got a little distracted. Proceed to Flotsam Vale. I love... Oh, the monster has the next piece. Oh, I killed that guy. To the east. I went the wrong way. Okay. Got it. To the east. My bad. Anyways, I killed that guy. So... It's giving very Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, I ate that thing. Did you? Yeah. Look, part of the reason I'm using the gun is also because this game makes my PC overheat like a motherfucker, and I don't know why. But I do want to finish the game, and it's also funnier with the gun. Alright, we gotta go to the east. Do not bother me. Anybody who bothers me gets shot. Those are the rules. Look, I specifically said No, give me back my gun. I specifically said that I'm not interested in getting bothered. So, just wanted to make that clear. Ow! Give me my gun back! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm the new contestant of Naked and Afraid. Oh no. Oh no. Leave me be. What happens if you just turn off and then back on the gun mode? It does give you the gun back, but at this point I feel like I deserve it. Man, this shell sucks. Thank you for the hydrate. Good night. Thank you for coming around. I really appreciated it. It was nice to see you. Ooh, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? We'll hydrate. Thank you for the night-night pets. I appreciate it. Okay, it said go east. I'm going east. Oh. Oh no. Oh god. You son of a bitch. He just broke my fucking shell. God fucking damn it. That son of a bitch. I need another shell now. Fucking asshole. Where are all the shells, Scoob? Like Scoob! Where are all the shells, dude? Where are all the shells, man? Man, I wish I had a gun. I don't really remember what you're supposed to do with these. Oh, good Lord Almighty. Fuckers. Alright. See, it wants me to go east. But when I go east, bad things happen to me. Like losing my gun. So what then? You get my drift? You catch my drift, chat? Man, those are some big bitches. Damn. Boy's got a lot of health. Now we're going west. I am fighting for my life. That thing's not real. The hell? Okay, nope. Dead. Cool. I'm just trying to figure out... Because maybe I'm dumb. You know, like, that's always a possibility. See, this just ain't right. Something about this just ain't right. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, my issues with this game are starting to show back up. My issues with this game are starting to show back up. Which is the fact that it is such a vast landscape that it's a pain in the ass to try and figure out where you need to go. And the directions that they give you are so vague. See, this is just gonna bring me back in here. I'm getting my gun back. 1 second. Thank you. The gun just makes me feel safe. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. The gun just brings me peace. Yeah, exactly. Who needs to get good when you can just get a gun? Though there are bitches that steal your gun in this game. You know what? I'm just gonna follow this. Because maybe I'm just dumb. Like, I really don't think that's the case, but I'm starting to feel like that's the case. Either I'm dumb or this game gives awful directions. And truly, I don't know which one to believe. I don't know what you are, but stop chasing me. I don't like it. And you, stop existing. You upset me. See, this isn't east anymore. I don't know where this is taking me. Man, guns are so useful. Yeah. Where the fuck am I? This isn't east. Where am I? Flotsam runoff. What am I doing here? Hello? I gotta start my shift. The fuck? This is not where I need to be. The hardest part about this game is the navigation. I'm gonna be so honest with you. Hello? Oops, sorry. Sorry, sometimes I get a little gun happy. I get a little trigger happy, and it's my bad. Alright, yeah. Roland's evil, whatever. I get a little bullet happy sometimes. Is that a fucking Game Boy Advance game? Hold on. Is that what I'm looking at right now? No, that's like a battery pack. Okay. Hey, bud. What's over here? You clocking in? Yeah. Is this the way to Flotsam Vale? Oh, okay. So this is how you get to Flotsam. What the fuck? This isn't right. This isn't east. This is south. Huh? Whatever, man. Give me the boss so I can shoot it. Guess I should register some of this stuff.
Thought you could just scuttle in here?
Oh.
Not worth my time.
Sorry, he jump scared me. But it's fine. 'Cause I chased him off. Anyways. No biggie. You ever get jump scared so you just shoot? Don't jump scare someone with a gun, they will just shoot. I speak from experience. 'Cause I'm the person with the gun that will just shoot. Oh man. Alright, looks terrible. Well, you know. Ugh. Happy to see you in one piece. Inkerton, that rogue. Good folks, true lovers of history, brought their children into my museum often. Oh, okay, then their lives ended in tragedy. Like that guy's. Look, I'm gonna be so real with y'all. We're gonna barrel through. Oh, you fucker. Shooting everybody is more fun. I have to admit it. I'm a little gun happy. And can you blame me? It's super fun. I'm gunked! Anyways, we're good. Wait for that gunk to clear out. Just to remind these bitches who they're dealing with. Oh god. Yeah! Whoopah! Y'all are supposed to be country, and y'all challenge me to a fucking shoot-off? Not these bitches challenging me to a shoot-off. And their guns are slower than mine. Oh, the poor fools. That's not how any of this works. I'm so sorry, darlings. If you're gonna challenge a girl to a fucking shoot-off, you better have a faster gun. Ooh, hold on. There we go, baby! Yeah! This is what I'm talking about! Alright. Alright, let's go. Where are we going? Back up? No, that's where we came from. We want to go this way. Hell yeah, brother! All right. God, I'm so good at this fucking game. Okay, what good is being all the way over here? No good. Good to know. Alright, we gotta get up there. Oh, well, if there's one thing a gun doesn't solve, it's puzzles. How unfortunate. Yee yee! Ugh. Alright, let's see. What do we got going on here? Eat one of these so we can take one of these. Perhaps I should have gone straight. Seeing what's around the bend over here. Oh, yep, should have gone straight. We deal with our problems from a distance. I believe in drive-bys. I know not many do. In this economy. But I'm not one of them. You look like a threat, you're getting shot. I hate to break it to you. I don't mess around. Sorry, partner. All right. God damn it. Up we go. Oh, a rubber duck. How nice. How fancy. We'll hop down here, take a little bit of that. Never know when you need a chip claw. Oh no! Oh no! I believe in dealing with problems as they present themselves. Flip switch. Oh. Sorry, I started shooting. Did you ever mean to flip the switch and instead you start shooting? Damn. The gun couldn't have saved me from that. How the fuck? How am I supposed to get out of here? How the hell? What the fuck? How the hell am I supposed to get out of here? Am I just stupid? Oh. Alright, well, we're gonna risk it. I don't know how to get out of here. Am I just stupid? Oh, I'm just stupid. Oh, damn. I'm gunked. Oh! My dumbass. I like your hat, thank you. I'm a bandit. I'm a bandit. I'm country as hell. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Something just happened. What the fuck just happened? 1 second. All right. Okay, something happened and I had to do a thing. Maybe I'm stupid? Nope, not stupid. Brilliant. Intelligent. Wise. Oh my god, my dog on the other hand. I hear him out there losing his shit. Oh. Hello. Hate to be the one to do this, but you know. You guys are kinda in my way. Is the game not fun if I'm shooting everybody? Because I find it humorous. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's hysterical. Is this a gunslinger playthrough? It is now. Like I was saying earlier, this game makes my PC so hot. So I really am mostly doing this, to help myself. Asshole. Anyways. I do want to finish this game, but it makes my PC so overwhelmingly warm. So really, I am just trying to play through it the fastest way possible. But also, it's kind of a pain in the ass. It is one of those games that is definitely a pain in the ass from time to time. Ooh, salt. Whee! I hate to admit it, but while this game is a roguelike and it is very fun, it's no Elden Ring. You know what I mean? The controls are not super clean, not super smooth. When I fuck up, I don't feel like, oh yeah, that was on me. I'm not good enough. I oftentimes feel like it's on the game. The controls are also sometimes, like, they're janky. Oh god. They're not very cohesive. I feel like my biggest complaint is that I feel like they wanted to be like Elden Ring in levels of difficulty. But what that ends up meaning is that you will constantly feel underleveled. And you could grind, I suppose, so that you don't feel that way anymore. But to me, that just doesn't feel worth it. Because you get so frustrated just fighting the small bosses, whereas in Elden Ring, like, grinding was fun. Oh. Like, there was always something that I knew I could kill, and I always felt satisfied when I killed it. I don't feel that way in this game at all. Usually by the time I'm done killing something, I'm like, fuck, finally, you know? And I don't think that's what a roguelike is supposed to be. I think you're supposed to feel like happy whenever you kill something. You're like, yeah, I finally did it. I'm skillful. And I don't know, I don't feel that way when I kill something difficult in this game. Because the controls in this game are rough. Like, the amount of times I've gotten stuck on an enemy in a boss fight and that's killed me has been really, 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 really a bummer. It doesn't make me feel good when I've killed that boss after I know I would have killed that boss way sooner had the game not been weird and like lodged me in between two enemies that I couldn't move from. Hope the other crabs pull out guns. Honestly, same. I think it would be entertaining if they did. I mean, these lobsters have guns. The yeehaw lobsters. Oops. They have guns, but their guns take for fucking ever to load. Oh. Shit. Well, shit. Ow! Give it back! Asshole. Fucking dickhead. I hate those. No! Shit! The gun is the only one I know of off the top of my head. I know you can play the game in like an easier format, and I'm glad that they do have that option to play it like on an easier difficulty, but like, I don't know, it's just like I don't want to. Because I don't feel like playing it on an easier difficulty will fix my main core problems with the game, which has nothing to do with the difficulty and everything to do with the not great control system. Honestly, I wouldn't even say that this game is difficult. I would say that it is unfairly leveled. Because I have yet to find a point in this game where I have felt like the enemies weren't easy, but I was over leveled for the enemies in this game. Despite the fact that I've been following up until I got the gun, I was following the instructions of the game on where to go and when to go there. There's a gloomy mode. Why am I missing? Like that. Like, I'm right up on it. Why the fuck did my bullets miss? There's a gloomy mode? I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Graphics? Sprint mode? Display mode? Gameplay? Language? Audio? Assist mode? I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see that as an option. But yeah, hi Witch, how are you? This is an American crab. This crab said, America. Fuck yeah. I'm coming to shoot this crab right in the face, yeah. Oh, was that a boss? Oops. Well, I dealt with that problem. My bad. Oh. Bless me. Sorry, that was a loud baby sneeze. I did not mean for that sneeze to be so loud and baby. I'm coming back up here because I could see better from up here, like where to go. Okay, that's where I came from. Let's see. Oh god, there's a lightning thingy over there, so I guess that's where I need to be. Oh yeah, that way is where I need to be for sure. Okay. Hey, buddy. Pinky promise I'm not gonna shoot you. I don't know, I don't want it to sound like I'm only complaining about this game, because I'm not. I think the game itself is really humorous. I think it's really well made. I just don't think the controls are as good as they could be. They're not very smooth. I don't know. Also, maybe Elden Ring has spoiled me. Maybe FromSoft games have spoiled me a little bit. And that's the real problem here. Maybe I'm just a spoiled little fucking brat. That could also be a possibility. And I'm just a little spoiled brat, and that's my problem. Maybe the game's not the problem. Maybe it's just me. Mayhaps I'm the problem. Up. Maybe I'm just really, really bad and I'm making excuses so that I don't sound like I'm really, really bad. Alright, where are we going? Is this where I need to be? I don't even know. Flip the switch. There's a ball here. Can I dislodge the ball via bullet? Huh. I need to dislodge that ball. Oh God. Up we get. Why the fuck is the game making such scary noises at me? Ugh. Do I just need to get up there? The fuck is the point of climbing up here? If I can't shoot my problems, what can I do? I need to dislodge that ball. Alright, let's go find something to dislodge that ball with, I guess. I suppose. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh. Jeez Louise. I got these bitches like point blank and somehow I'm still missing my shots. How in the hell does that work? Guess we'll explore and... Wait, what the fuck? Can I do something with that? No? Guess I'll go up this way, because I haven't done that yet. Don't yeehaw me. We are not friends. Do not yeehaw me. Fruit sticker. All right. That thing's a swangin'. But for what? Goes round in a circle? Also, I feel like these maps aren't very well integrated. I feel bad that all I'm doing is complaining. But these maps are confusing. Also, these shortcut created, like, that's great. I don't need it, though. Cool. The fuck does that do? The fuck did that do? Don't be a bootlicker, complain. Look, I feel like all I'm doing is complaining about this fucking game, but also I feel like, oh. I feel like all I'm doing is complaining about this game, but I also feel as though, like, I hate being like, it's not as good as Elden Ring, but it's not! And I get, like, not every fucking Souls-like game has to be compared to Elden Ring. I get it, but it's called Souls-like for a reason! It got its name from somewhere, didn't it? I don't want this. I think everyone's entitled to their opinions. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. I don't know. You look like an honest crab, think you can help a guy out. You're a shrump? If you find a better weapon, or if you like stop being super weak, I'd really appreciate it. I can't shoot it. You're telling me that glass withstands bullets? The biggest fucking boat of malarkey. I don't know, man. I just like... Oh. Hi. I didn't realize you could fit in here. That's on me, I guess. I don't know, like, you're gonna... I'm gunked, really? I just feel like... This style of game literally gets their name from the Dark Souls series. And I'm not trying to say that because that's where the name originates, you have to be as good as Dark Souls. Like, I'm not trying to say that at all. But I'm trying to say that, like, you have to at least attempt. And what Dark Souls is most known for, and Elden Ring and all of the Souls games are most known for, is the fact that their battle system is almost seamless. I know that wasn't what they used to be. I know, like, Dark Souls 1 is a little rough and... you know, all that. So I know they didn't I know they weren't always that way. However, that's how they are now. So if you're gonna make a game and a Souls-like, I think the graphics can be touch and go. They can kind of be however you want them to be. I don't even think the graphics have to be perfect. I think if you're gonna make a game in a Souls-like, what really matters is how seamless the gameplay is. Personally. Do you have a quick, adaptable, and fun battle system? For one. Oh, I'm above water. You know, like, is your battle, is the way you implement battles in your game fun while still being challenging? And I feel like this game missed out on the fun while being challenging part and just went straight for the challenging part. Great. Also, a big complaint I've heard about this game is the camera angles, and I have to say I agree. The camera only angles so far in one direction, and it makes it difficult to know, like, what the fuck is going on. So I don't know. It's like, while the game's fun, I think it definitely could be better. I feel like they focused a lot on making an interesting, a unique story, and funny dialogue, and humorous, like, boss fights. So that it would get popular on apps like TikTok and stuff, and I think they were successful in that, considering that's where I first saw this game. But I feel like after that point, they didn't really, like, they just said, oh, we want difficult gameplay. And I feel like they didn't properly balance anything. And who knows, maybe I'm incorrect, maybe there's a whole balancing system, and maybe I'm just fucking shit at the game. That's also a possibility. Maybe I'm just dog shit at this game, and there is actually a really good balancing system. I just didn't level the right stats or do the right thing. And that's why it seems unnecessarily hard. Perhaps. Perhaps that's the case. But out of what I've seen, not just with me playing it, but with other people playing it as well, it definitely feels like I'm not the only person who's struggling with the game the way it is. And while most of the people who I watch play were like, I'm gonna get good, I feel like I watched a lot of streamers have to grind a bunch. When it comes to playing this game, I felt like a lot of streamers got stuck on bosses for crazy amounts of time. Which, I don't know, personally, that just doesn't feel super fun to me. To be stuck on a boss forever. And it'd be one thing if it was like a notoriously hard boss, like how, like, Elden Ring has, like, Millennia, who is, like, known for being a difficult boss that could take you all day to beat, if not longer. But this game, it feels like every single boss is that way. And I don't know. It's just, I'm not digging the flow of combat, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. Anyways. I used a lot of words to say I am not enjoying the flow of combat in this game. Also, the fact that they have multiple modes, and the modes literally go hard, easy, story, is, like, kind of fucked up to me. Like, I don't know, I just feel like if you're gonna have multiple modes in a game that you made with the intention of it being difficult, that's the equivalent of going hard, pussy, bitch. You know what I mean? So I don't know, maybe I'm just overthinking it, but... It's not like it's not even like an easy, normal mode, hard mode. See, this shouldn't happen. This should not happen. The amount of times I've gotten stuck in nothing. That should not happen. And like, yeah, I know, it's an indie game, so you have to like be lenient on some things, and I get that. It's always wise to be lenient on some things in an indie game, because it's, you know, usually made by a small team, and which means that it's very easy for some things to slide through the cracks. However, things like that, I feel like aren't something that should be able to slide through the cracks. That just shouldn't happen. I also understand the fact that because most indie teams don't really have the ability to, like, playtest some of their games because they don't have like a huge audience, especially if it's their first game, which I'm not sure if this is this company's first game or not. I don't believe it is, but it could be. And so while I recognize that, especially for your first game, you may not have the kind of audience that you need to do a proper like playtest and to catch things like that. But this game has been out for almost 2 months now. And as far as I'm aware, like they don't have any direct, not that I've seen at least, they don't have any direct feedback option. So I could like be like, hey, by the way, I keep getting stuck in the boards. Or sometimes when I'm doing a boss battle and the boss is summoning other things, I get caught in between the other enemies and can't move, which ends up with me dying. You know, like, there are things like that that would be caught in a playtest, but I don't think... I could be wrong. I was not a part of like the development. I didn't really know about this game until after it was already out. So they could have had a playtest. But even if they did, this is something that a playtest should have caught, in my opinion. Without criticism, they can't develop it further. That's very true. And I don't want to come off as like unkind or too harsh, for sure. Because that's not my intention. However, there are aspects of this game that make playing it not fun. And getting stuck like that is one of those things. Like, I hate to keep using, like, Soulsborne games as, like, an example, but I feel like it's the only way I can because Soulsborne is where the Souls-like games, you know, that's where they got their name from. So I feel like really it's the only example I can use. But, you know, like, though the parts of those games that are difficult are built to be difficult. And so, like, oh, like, I put you in an arena where you can get knocked off the edge by the boss. Ooh, that's frustrating. You have to get good to figure out how to not do that. Okay, cool, that's great. I get to learn how to fight in a way, you know, where I don't have to... I'm ignoring the text. Because I'm trying to talk and I'm trying to focus. Go to the docks at Flotsam Vale. Great. But yeah, so like I was saying, like, I feel like when something's difficult or frustrating in a Souls-like game, it's because it's made that way. versus this game where when things are frustrating or difficult, it's because it's glitchy or like isn't right in some way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? Which is unfortunate. I don't like that that's the case because I do enjoy this game otherwise. Barge out there. Ain't got any charge. Okay. Oh, I need the... okay. Shell shock. I'll be back for my gun. Alright, let's see. Shellfish core must have a way. Let's see. Got my gun. Fuck! See? That should not happen! Oh my god. Good fucking Christ. Yeah, the visuals really do sell a lot of the charm. The visuals are cute. The characters are endearing to look at. The dialogue is funny and funky. Not that you guys would know because I've been skipping pretty much all of it this stream. The only reason I've been skipping so much of it is because there's so much dialogue. And I don't say that in like a, fuck, there's too much to read. I say it in like a, there's so much dialogue to figure out what we need to do. It's a little overwhelming. Oh god. So while the dialogue might be fun, it is a little overwhelming. Yeah, I don't like being naked. It freaks me out. Am I a monster? These are Legos? Is this like a... oh, those are pill bottles. Can I fit in here with my gun? Like, how does that make any fucking sense? Yeah, I definitely feel like the visuals did sell this game. I will say, I do know there's a boss further in that fights with a vibrator, and that did its rounds on TikTok, and everybody thought it was so funny, and I think it made a lot of sales because of that. It makes a lot of sales because of like Gore was saying, like the cute aesthetic of the characters and the vibes. I know the song for it was trending on TikTok because a lot of streamers have been playing it. It trends on social media. But I've only heard a couple people complain about the way, like, it plays. And one of those people was Basil. Like, he wasn't really complaining about how it behaves, but he was saying, like, you know, there's some aspects of the game that he doesn't like at all. Like, the heal system he does not enjoy. As well as some other stuff. But Basil's also, like, he's not an Elden Ring player, but he has played Lies of P and loved it. He has played a little bit of Elden Ring and has had a great time. He's played some, like, Soulsborne games, I believe. So I don't know, it just feels like anybody who's played a From Software game, like, has complaints about this one. And I know it's fucking hard to be like FromSoft, a big company. You know, hey, indie company, get good like this big brand name company that has unlimited amounts of money and time to spend on a project. But at the same time, it's like at least, you know, like, I understand that like indie companies cannot make Or at least don't often make games that are on the same level as a big corporation's games. But that doesn't mean you can't attempt to. You know, like... And not to say that the devs of this game didn't attempt to. I don't know what their attempts were, or, you know, what their wants were. Yeah, but at least fix the bugs. If nothing else, please. All right. That's not what I needed. Why does it keep giving me springs? This is going downwards. Oh, I need to be magnetized. Okay. Got it. Does the gun not count? What? Okay, I guess the gun doesn't count? I'm very confused. But like I said, like, maybe I'm just stupid, but a lot of Elden Ring and like Bloodborne and all of that felt intuitive. Like, I always felt like even if I got lost, I would very easily be able to find my way back to where, like, I needed to be if I just kept going in one direction. I have yet to have that feeling with this game. In all honesty, I feel lost more times than not playing this game than I do anything else. Okay, that's a tin can. Shell shock, that's fine. What the fuck? Like, I don't know, I feel lost more often than not. I guess I'll go this way? Nope, can't. Cool. How the fuck was I supposed to know? So up is my only option here, I guess? What? Sure. Am I stupid? This magnet puzzle thing? Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay, so that just automatically breaks the one on my ass. It doesn't feel like good game design. This doesn't feel intuitive. I don't understand. like, at all. Like, is that not metal enough? Would this work better? I don't... But if this would work... Are you being so for real right now? Did I push it over the oh my god. I don't understand. I don't know if I'm just stupid or what. But multiple times in this game, I have gotten to a point where I'm like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm gonna shoot you. Tell me what to do, because I don't... Hold on, I'm just gonna look it up, because this is fucking pissing me off, actually. Like, maybe it's also just because I'm, like, overwhelmingly hot back here, but... Another crab's treasure... Magnet puzzle... How to solve the magnet puzzle in Flotsam Vale. Shut up. I'm gonna use my ad blocker and you can fucking eat my ass. Here's exactly what to do. Solve the magnet puzzle, head to the machine, use out a spring, pick it up, and then handle... Are you fucking kidding me? How the fuck is anybody supposed to know how to do that without finding a walkthrough? Please be so for real right now. How the fuck was just anybody supposed to know how to do that? Huh? That stupid. Dumb. Dumb as fucking hell. And I can't take my gun with me. Fucking course not. I just, like, how was I supposed to know that that's what you were supposed to do there? That is another example of non-intuitive game design. Fuck me. Like, I hate to be the one to say it, but it is. What part of this makes sense? What part of this makes sense? Jesus. I don't know how you haven't smashed your keyboard yet. I don't know. Truly, a part of me is like, am I just stupid? Like, am I just dumb? I genuinely want to know. Like, is this game really not that hard and I'm just really dumb? Oh my fucking god. Fucking how cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? What? I can't fucking see, game. And you just expect me to know where to go? I'm like, I can't. Oh my god. How does this fucking game expect me to get back? Hmm? Is there something I'm missing? Of course there was. Cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Everything's gonna try and kill me now. No. We're not doing this. We're not. We're giving us our gun back. Or I can't? What the fuck? And we're back down here again. Cool, love that. Pick me up, please. Oh! This truly is some bullshit. Why can I not turn back on my gun? Where is my gun? Oh! Maybe it's because it's still on the map. I guess. Fucking here we go again, team. Such fucking bullshit. Oh, great! It stalks me. Fantastic. They're trying to take your guns just like the damn government. Give me my gun back. Thank you! Fucking God! No, my gun! It just dropped my gun in the fucking water. What the fuck? Why is that possible? What is the point of having an assist mode if you can lose it so easily? God. It was the government. I saw it live. Ugh. Great, we're up here again. Cool. The hell am I supposed to be doing up here? Oh my God. Okay, I fucked myself. Oh, God damn it. I don't think you're meant to be able to do this. See? Is this not magnetizable enough? Can you not suck up my gun? Oh my God, it can. Oh, this changes everything. It can suck up my gun. This changes everything. Oh. Jesus. Suck my gun, government. This changes everything. I win. The government loses. Fuck the system. I'm gonna do what I want. God, I stink. I smell like ass. I'm sweating so bad. Oh my fucking God, let me over. I'm sweating so fucking hard right now. Game stresses me the fuck out. I'm gonna regret this, I feel like. No, I'm not. I almost did. Ugh. I smell like shrimp. Sorry, sometimes you just panic and have to shoot things. Oh, it's so hot back here! I'm dying! God. It's fucking whack. It is fucking whack. Bye, bitch. Where is this taking me? Unhands me. Oh, God. Alright, I need a fucking screw, I guess. Guess we'll start with this way. POV cops, yeah. Truly. POV, I shoot you for fun. POV, oh my god, you're dead. Oh my god. POV Acorn, dude, that poor guy, honestly. That video was so fucking ridiculous. Hi, Turkey, how are you? Oh. Bitch. There's an item in there. By God's mommy wants it. Is this it? This is all that the gods have for me. It also rained? Wait, what? I thought I was supposed to go into work today, turned around, got coffee, and enjoyed it along with vinyls all day long. Ugh. You're living the life, bud. I'm fighting the hell out of this game, and I'm using the assist mode that's meant to make this game easier. Look, when you're using the assist mode that's meant to make the game easier and the game's still frustrating, I know I shouldn't keep saying it, but I'm gonna. And look, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's a bad game. That's not what I'm saying at all. Don't misunderstand. I think it's a great game. I think it's a fun, good indie game. But I also think that there are some aspects of said game that could be better. Oh. No, pick me up. Pick me up! Mommy! Mommy! Pick me up! Mother! Oh my god. Mother! Alright. Can I walk this? Can I walk this? If I'm very... Oh, nope. I was gonna say if I'm very careful, can I walk this? The answer is no, so I'm just gonna... We're just gonna go this way. Hop, 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 hop. Hop, 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 hop. Trying to find the fucking screw. Nope. This is not where I wanted to be. Where in the hell? What else was I supposed to do down there? I'm getting the vibes that I had something else I was supposed to do down here. Is there a button maybe? That takes me all the way down there. Ooh, you got a sleep token vinyl? I'm jealous. I need to get a new vinyl. The only vinyl player I have is one of those suitcase ones, and I know they're ass, but I got it when I was a teenager because I didn't know any better. And I wanted to get into collecting vinyls, but I also didn't want anything crazy expensive. What that means now is that I gotta upgrade. When does the Elden Ring DLC drop? It drops the 21st, I think. I'm gonna have to run all the way back down here for my gun, aren't I? I sure am. God damn it! I have a vertical record player to display colored vinyls. Oh, that's sick. I love that for you. I have a shitty Guardians of the Galaxy 2 suitcase vinyl record player. Alright, I gotta go get my gun. Fucking A. Is it based? I wouldn't know. Whee! Fuck this. Whee! I can't see shit. All right. All right, let's see. I'm a comic nerd, so it's definitely cool to me. Oh, that's fair. I've never read the Guardians of the Galaxy comics. However, I have read a lot of the X-Men comics because I'm a huge X-Men nerd. Or at least I used to be growing up. I'm not as much anymore. Mostly just due to time. I don't really have the time to be a huge X-Men nerd right now. Please don't sit around here and puff up at me. It makes me uncomfortable. Anyways. I have like 12 bins of comics because I inherited them from my dad. That's sick. I don't have anything like that. I used to just borrow comics from the library. I have one X-Men comic that it's not even mine, it's my stepdad's, and it's like old, that he let me borrow. And I read it front to back like a million times. Okay. There's some hooks there. Let's go this way. See what we need's over here. Oh, nope, that's the way we came up. Go the other way then. They definitely got me through college. Oh, yeah, I believe it. Oh. Once again, I'm at a point in this game where I am confused about where to go next. Never mind. They just hid what I needed. How nice of them. Yippee! Some of them are enclosed in cases because it's a Hulk comic collection that's worth a few $100. Oh yeah! I used to work at a Half Price Books. I don't know where all they have those or where they don't. But there's quite a few of them in Texas. And we sold comics, and that was like one of my favorite things to do, was to sit and price comics. Because it always surprises you, like, how much some stuff is worth. Okay, yeah, it is June 21st. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I remember we get back from vacation on the 22nd, like the night of the 22nd. So I'm not going to be able to play until the 23rd. So I'll be streaming it on the 23rd, and I'm really bummed about it because I'm scared of people posting spoilers early. Because I know, like, the moment it comes out, people are going to be playing and posting spoilers, and I feel so bad. I'm like, I'm going to be behind. But I guess that's fine, because then more people would want to watch the stream, maybe, since, by that point, a lot of people will probably have played it, or at least started playing it, so they'll want to stick around on stream for a little bit and watch, because they're not too worried about spoilers. So maybe it'll end up being for the better. Alright, can we figure it out? Alright, I'm gonna go down. So I don't know, maybe it'll work itself out. Bird based. Oh, it's dropping springs. I don't need springs. Ya bitch don't need springs. She's got a gun. Alright, let's see. I'm just kind of looking around to see what's going on. Yeah, no. I really want to play the DLC though. To the point where I'm like, I'm not gonna do it. But a part of me is like, what if I just came home a day early from my vacation? Like I said, I'm not gonna do it, but a part of me is thinking about it. But we're going to the beach, and I've been wanting to go to the beach for forever, so I'm not gonna do it. I missed my beach trip last year because we had a baby that was just coming home. See, real question, why would they toss that big bitch at you as soon as you get off? Like, you don't even have time to, like, figure out where you are, like, orient yourself, and then they're tossing big bitches at you. That just seems like bad game design. And honestly, I would say that about any game that did that, because I think I've said that about Elden Ring as well. Because I'm pretty sure Elden Ring did that to me once, and I was like, yeah, no, that's shit-ass game design. Not even letting me, like, get my bearings before you're trying to kill me. I hate that shit with a passion, man. Alright. Can I push my shell? Oh, I can push my gun. Okay. No, I wanted to push it down here so I didn't have to do that again. Hold on, we're pushing my gun down. So I don't have to come all the way back up here to get it. I mean, I'm gonna have to run all the way back down here to get it, but... Alright. Boop. Oh, they just make you come back down here anyways? Okay, well, that's fair, I guess. I got a fruit sticker. That's pretty cool. Joop, 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 joop. Joop, 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 joop. Hit the switch. And oh, it did work. What the fuck did it spit out? Where did my gun go? Okay, wait, what the fuck did this? Oh, it can't spit whatever it is out because there's rocks there. Okay, I see. Anyways. I'm fucking like old yellering these poor fucking crabs. Poor things. Okay. good does being over here do? Okay. Alright, I got a relic. I really am trying to figure out, like, what this game wants from me. Up! If you get sticky, you get the blicky. Okay, so there's something I have to plug in over here. Oh, okay. I'm getting like nauseous being back here. It's so hot. Oh, God. Yeah, Kula, what's up? Why am I awake? Good fucking question. I have a follow-up for you to answer about me. Why am I still doing this? What satisfaction does it bring me? Oh. I see. I did it bad. You enjoy suffering? I don't. I did it bad. Ah, shit. Oh, I did it bad. Oh no. Oh no. I'm about to make a very risky move. Yeah, no. Oh God. Nope. Oh, I get back up there by this. Excuse me, bestie. I'm sorry, but you have to die. I made a mistake. What the fuck? Why? See that? Bad game design. How the fuck does that even happen? The fact that I can't go up, I cannot go up anymore, but when I jump, it flings me backwards. Oh my God. That's not how gravity works! I should be able to, no, I guarantee you. I wish I could hand you the controller, Kula, because it is absolutely not a skill issue. It is a fucking game issue. Whenever you make it to the top of something, it does not automatically put you up. It forces you to jump, which would be fine if the jump worked half the time, but it doesn't for whatever fucking buttfuck reason. For whatever butt fucking dumbass reason, the jump doesn't work half the time. And so instead of jumping, You look like a fucking dumbass and fall off the thing straight to your fucking demise. And it makes me want to fucking kill myself. Also, why the hell do I have to run so far to get the item that I'm required to have to move forward? Whose idea was that? To go, oh, here's a little fucking lever kajigger thingy, and you gotta pull it, and then once you pull it, it'll shoot it down, but like way out of the way, where you have to run a fucking entire marathon for breast cancer to get the thing that you need, and then once you have the thing, you gotta go all the way back down. Oh, and if you had a gun, not anymore. Because, oh, you want that gun? Well, now you gotta run all the way back upstairs to go get your fucking gun. Ugh. Hope you didn't like the fucking shell you were wearing, because it's all the way up here now. Thanks for your fucking... I don't even remember how much this game was. I bought it so long ago. Thanks for your at least 20 bucks. Shoot the propane tank. It's empty, babes. It is an empty propane tank. I just wanted to beat this fucking level. Oh, why do I have a feeling that the moment I go down, I'm not gonna be able to get back up? Whatever, fuck that item then. Are you so fucking for real? Can I get up the sides anywhere? Fucking die. I hate you. Die. Oh, you were just there just to fuck with me. God treats me like this just to fuck with me. Still yearns for donuts? What? Why? Donuts? That's all it's up here? Whatever, man. I want to see somebody speedrun this game. No gun. All frustrating skill. See? I knew there was gonna be a bitch in here. There always is. I haven't had donuts in a good long time. That's fair, I haven't either. To be fair though, donuts kind of hurt my stomach. Alright. What the fuck do you want from me, game? Oh no. Please say you're joking. Oh god, it's absolutely not joking. Ugh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. I hate these goddamn games. They piss me off and I'm not even the one playing. Bestie, I feel that. Wait, what is even the point of that? What is even the point? Where would it take me even? I've already been over there. I've done the things over there. The fuck is the point of that? Good night, Kula. Am I just fucking... I need to be up there, I think. I think? I don't know. I don't want to go back down. But I don't think I want to go over there either. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I've been over there. That's where I came from. Do I want to be up here? I guess? I think? Gonna go flirt with someone's wife? Don't get yourself shot. Oh, fucking maybe. This seems new. Fun. You spit out a spring. Great. Yeah, sure. This looks new enough. I should probably hit that, huh? I don't know what you're doing up there, but die. Ah, I can't kill you. Alright. The way the gun wiggles as you run. Yeah. Shortcut discovered. I don't even know where the fuck that takes me. Die. Hee hee. Yay. Absolutely sniped. Alright, what do they got over here? They got anything good, or... I have a feeling this is the way I'm gonna have to go once I figure out how to move. Alright. So that's for future me. Ugh. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Alright. Pick me up. Oh, you're gonna drop me up there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's definitely somewhere to drop me. Oh well. I gotta switch. Boop. I'm pushing my gun off the edge. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Okay, I've got it. We just gotta keep swapping shells. Until we get the gun close enough to the edge that I can push it. Ugh, come on. Come on, stupid thing. Ugh. There we go. Go, 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 go. Off the edge. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shit. Alright, whatever. I'll run back up there and get it. No panicking. We gotta watch this fuck-ass cutscene first. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's get this fucking thing. Oh, it's so slow. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Hold up. Let's get this shit. Okay, we gotta go back down. Wait, that's not the down. The down's over here. Gotta lock and load. Alright. I will say, the gun is good anger management. Being able to shoot things does bring me a small level of satisfaction. Why this game's got me platforming though, beyond me. Oh god, are we finally at the boss fight? Thank Christ. Who am I talking to? He's not even over here. Maybe even rich guys can make mistakes after all. Yeah, maybe. I'm so glad there's no ammo limit. Yeah, me too, honestly. I could be super rich and be a good person. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to be super rich and then donate all my money to be a good person. I mean, like, I want to buy myself, like, what I need to survive, but then I want to, like, donate money. Whee! Oh, no.
The world these days is dark and mean.
There's voice acting all of a sudden?
Even the water tastes unclean.
There's not voice acting for half of this game.
Even those you love and trust would rip your limbs off if they must. Like Mr. R, the one in charge, who scrapped our homes to build his barge. But don't be gloomy, glum, or sad, 'cause down in here, it's not so bad.
That's what my mom did, but some asshole stole her practice when she got cancer. I'll kill him.
Come on, let's play.
You use a vibrator to fight, don't you?
Thanks for playing with me.
Ah, well, you know. I thought it'd be a little too easy if I just let you do it. She's got a hairdryer. Look, I've seen clips of her. She pulls out a vibrator in her second phase. It's a little stressful. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. God, that bitch is big. I'd take my clit right off. My tiny little lobster boy clit. Alright, I don't need to be a weirdo. Anyways. Yeah, can I like say like fuck this game and instead just sit here and use the vibrator? Is that an option or like... is there something I'm supposed to do in here, or... I'm not really 100% sure. Yeah, she got Wi-Fi in here, and a toaster. Honestly, girl's living it up. Do any of these doors open? That's where she came out of. What does that even do? Yeah, that's what I thought it did. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff in this game. However, am a little confused about what I'm supposed to do now. Don't tell me I have to look this up too. Or did me shooting her point blank break it? Hold on. Oh no. I think me shooting her may have broke the game. Oh gods. Okay, she's an electric eel that uses a toaster. Okay. Back massager. Yeah, sure, back massager. What do I do after that? What do I do? What do I, huh? What? How do I get out? Uh... What? How do I... Where do I go? TikTok, tell me. TikTok's not gonna tell me. I don't know why I even thought TikTok would tell me. I don't know how to get out of here. Wait, that's the toaster, right? Yeah, that's the toaster. There's the back massager. This is where she came out from. This is to replenish my stonks. There's a light bulb. What the hell? I can't like see up these tubes enough to see if there's something up there that I need to do. Walkthrough time? Maybe. Am I just stupid? Am I just stupid though? Or am I for real trapped in here now? Should I die? I didn't get the battery I needed. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna look up a sexy little walkthrough real quick. Electric eel. Videos, Voltai.
What is up, everybody?
Shush. Do not what is up, everybody, me. Okay. Goes in. Fights Voltai. Oh my god, my game glitched. Oh my god. It did not. Wait. Hold on. We're gonna try something real quick. If my game glitched, I'm going to cry. Okay, it did not glitch. We are good. There's just a skill that I have that I haven't had to use yet. That gives me the ability of electricity, and I just haven't used it because I've had the gun. And I had to do that before I could do anything else, so. How unfortunate. You ever just come out of your bed and get shot point blank? I'm coming out of my cave and I've been doing just that! Like, damn. Why don't guns produce electricity? Yeah, good question. What the fuck? I have to be specific with the stairs. I see how it is. Well, boil me slowly. Nope. This is Chiton. What a motivated young lady. Yeah, she's fucking feral, is a nice way to word it. Damn, everybody's coming. Give it to charity. Damn. I gotta buy my house. Is it covered in pasta? That's very fair. Doobie doobie doo. Alright. Lando! Here we go. I think I'm almost done. I'm fucking sweating back here. I just want to get the fuck out of that area. Is that fucking... Yep, sure is. Sure fucking is. I just want to get the fuck out of Dodge. Oh boy. Alright, let's go. Time to commit murder. Huh. I'm fucking sweating. All right. All right. Your bitch is tired, man. feel about me? Do you like or like me? Tell me what you really feel. Do you like me? Just say you do. Alright, let's see. What do I want to do? I feel like I spent this entire stream just shitting on the game, and I hope... What the fuck? Everything just broke for a second. What the hell? Okay. Sorry. My mic, I think, got unplugged. So that happened. Anyways. Like I was saying, it's a fun game. I am having a good time with it. It's just not exactly what I was expecting. So I'm very sorry if it felt like I was just kind of shitting on the game the whole time. That was not my intention. Like I said, it just wasn't what I was expecting it to be. Hi, Black Bean. It just wasn't what I was expecting it to be. And that, again, doesn't mean I'm having a bad time with it. It just means I've got to adjust a little bit. I do want to finish it. It is fun to one-shot, one-kill everybody. But I am... I don't know. It's... Again, I don't want it to feel like I'm just shitting on this game the whole time. I'm not trying to. It's just... The controls fuck with me and I don't like it. That's all. I'm doing good, Black Bean. I'm actually ending stream, though. But I'll be back tomorrow. And I don't know what we're gonna play tomorrow. Maybe one more, maybe not, maybe give my PC a break. It gets so fucking hot back here, so maybe not. We'll see. But either way, mwah, I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for sticking around with me. Sorry I just fucking rage quit. But I'll see y'all later. Bye.